1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Test, test, test. See if I can. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
and welcome to a scorcher in Loudoun County. It's downright hot as the Purcellville Cannons have welcomed in the Covington LumberJacks in a makeup game here on a Monday here in Purcellville. Howdy, baseball fans. Jeremy Huber, we're here with Tristan Kunick. Tristan, I mentioned it. You've been out there, too. It is not a fun night to play baseball.
It is not. Starting out hot today, and I mean, with all the rain we've had, it's at least nice to get some baseball here in Purcellville and hopefully able to get a couple games in this week before, again on the forecast, another week of rain.
Also an issue where it's going to be some extreme heat over the next couple days. Hopefully the Cannons may be running some problems there, but for tonight, they will be out on the field and playing baseball. Both these teams looking to bounce back after tough nights last night. Covington fell to Woodstock 6-4. The LumberJacks with a late rally in that one. Cannons actually tied the game up in the 7th inning last night against Stanton. Thomas Marsal and Blake Brookins with RBI singles to tie the game. Cannons gave up the game-winning run in the bottom of that frame. They would fall 6-5 in that one to the Stanton Braves in that contest. So let's pitch it over to our public address announcer and give you our national anthem.
On the two Mountain View Elementary School students, Charlie and Maggie. Natasha, it's all yours.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight are the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ringing, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Natasha Prokopi.
Great national anthem. Hopefully some great baseball on a hot night tonight. It's the Cannons and the LumberJacks coming up from Fireman's Field. Give you your starting lineups to this one. Here's my partner, Tristan Kunick.
Yeah, starting for the LumberJacks, batting first is Tyler Tamargo, followed by Daryl Castillo. Trevor Murray in the 3-spot, designated hitting for the LumberJacks tonight, followed by Willie Mendez cleaning it all up. Jose Alfonso at 5, Edwin Melendez at 6, Jason Bello at 7, Blake Opie 8, and Jack Stead rounding it all out at 9. Defensively for your Cannons, Connor Hensley on the mound with Ryan Gargett behind the dish for him. Thomas Marsala on first, Ski Kono at second, Rex Smith at third, and Carlos Sanchez making his second appearance for the Cannons tonight at shortstop. Ethan Acevedo, Anthony Fernandez, and Manny Ramirez in the outfield left to right.
Thank you much, Tristan. Yeah, on the hill tonight, it's Connor Hensley. He's the 6'3" right-hander out of Rollins College in Castleberry, Florida, previously at Seminole State. This year in the Valley, Hensley has pitched to a 1.68 ERA, 3 outings, all starts, 16 innings pitched. He's got a 2-1 record. He's allowed 7 hits, 3 runs, all earned, has 5 walks and 20 strikeouts, which is always a key to success in the Valley if you can do something like that when it comes to that strikeout-walk ratio. His last outing came in a win against the Woodstock River Bandits. Cannons won that one 5-2 about a week ago. He pitched 6 innings, allowed no runs, only 1 hit, only walked 1 batter. He struck out 5 in that contest. Hensley on the season with Rollins this year earlier in the year. He pitched with 6.75 ERA, 7 appearances, 2 games started, 13 and a third innings. He walked 3, struck out 10. Opponents hit 321 against him.
Yeah, Hensley, I mean, the big story for him is that slider and the movement on his ball coming from the mound, and it just gets batters swinging every time. One of his big keys there is the strikeout. He uses it a lot on that strike 3 pitch, gets a lot of guys there, he can do it looking or get them swinging. Both ways it works in his favor. So the big key for him is getting the strikeouts early. Really good at getting himself out of jams. I mean, like you said, he's 2-1. His only loss is a 1-0 loss to the Rebels. That was just an absolute pitching duel here in Purcellville a couple weeks ago. So Hensley, a strong guy to have on the mound for the Cannons tonight.
Cannons coming to this one, losing 1 after they had a nice performance against Front Royal on Saturday night. While somewhat like the Royals, Covington comes in on a losing streak. They've lost 3 in a row, so they're trying to find their way back to a victory. We'll see if they're able to do it tonight, as they will take on Purcellville in this makeup game. Again, Cannons have had 5 games rained out here at Fireman's Field so far this season. They've made 1 up already. They're making their second one up here, but basically all those dates in the Valley, they leave the Mondays open to go ahead and play games. Hensley looking for something. I don't know if he needs a rosin bag or something else.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a rosin bag on the mound back there.
So reliever Will Ricketts will head on down and maybe get one out of the pen. And on a day like today, you're going to need that rosin bag because it's going to get sweaty and sticky out there. Hensley wearing the sleeves, though those look like Under Armour sleeves, which keep your sweat off you, but they don't always keep the sweat from the baseball. Kind of runs down your arm. So, and
even tonight, still remaining in the high 80s, so not like it's going to get much warmer as the sun goes down, aside from just that blistering heat going straight on you.
Hensley, part of the Cannons last year, but did not pitch, as he was laid up with injuries, so getting his chance and making the most of it. So Tyler Tamargo steps in from the left-handed batter's box, and Hensley delivers, and we are underway as that will loop over the head of Smith over at first base as Tamargo going the other way and just gets it over the outstretched reach of Rex for a leadoff base hit.
Yeah, Tamargo just kind of caught that off the end of his bat, and Rex Smith standing over there at third, just on the edge of the grass and the dirt there. Had he been back a couple feet, he would have been able to get up and get it, but just a little too high for him being in so close.
And always tough playing third base at Fireman's Field this time of day. That sun is right in your eyes. Almost impossible to see. Here's Dario Castillo as he'll take outside for a ball.
Smith has got the sunglasses just on the brim of his hat instead of on his eyes.
It is a tough, tough read. And that sun is setting right in your face. As throw over to first base and back in safely is Tamargo. Mentioned before, Hensley, previously at Seminole State, now playing at Division II Rollins, out of Castleberry, Florida, Lake Brantley High School. Here's the pitch. That's fouled straight back.
Luckily there's a net there. Would have got to you.
Yeah, maybe. And definitely the reflexes aren't where they used to be. Actually pitched in the Valley before that aborted run with Purcellville last year. Hensley pitched for Waynesboro back in 2023. 4 games there, pitched to a 5.29 ERA. That's low. Umpires tonight, it's again Brian McGugan behind home plate. Cannons had him on Saturday in the win over Front Royal. Rick Alderman is down at first base. Dwight Godwin is your third base umpire tonight, standing behind the pitcher. As over to first base and back in time. So 2-1 count. LumberJacks and the Cannons, no score here in the first inning. Glad to have you along. Bit of a sparse crowd tonight with the weather and with it being a makeup game. But right now, Cannon's got to get in as many games as they can, as they are behind the 8-ball, as that will miss. Count goes to 3-1.
Yeah, it's getting to the point they're going to be playing a lot of baseball in just a couple days. I think they mentioned earlier 23 games in 22 days or something like that.
And there are normally some safeguards about how many games you can play. Cannons are getting up against it on that bad weather. 3-1 pitch, and that's high. So after the leadoff single, a walk to Castillo, and the first 2 base runners aboard for Covington.
And this is where Connor Hensley has got to get in his bag and do what he's been able to do in the last couple games, get himself out of a couple jams, as he had that in the 1-0 loss against the Rebels. Was able to get out of it, though, and some of those, and unable to keep it at 1-0.
Here's Trevor Murray, DHing tonight, comes in with a 263 average. Did not play last night. Here's the pitch, and big swing and a miss for strike 1. Yeah, you see early in the Valley season, teams will kind of rotate those lineups, see what they have. And eventually they'll settle in, maybe in July, with that lineup that's going to be their regular, as that's in for strike 2. LumberJacks and the Cannons come into this one with exactly the same record at 6-9, both playing their 16th game of the season. Hensley will deliver, and that's going to be out to shortstop. Caught, throw to second base, and he's got him. Sanchez catches the line drive, kept Camargo off the bag, caught him sleeping, and a line-out double play for a quick 2 outs for the Cannons.
Yeah, good play by Sanchez there. I didn't know if he would get him in time, but picked the ball up off the ground for that catch there for the out, and was able to get it over to Kono, too, who was at second immediately. So really good play by the Cannons defense there. You know, one of the pieces that has really built up over the past couple of seasons.
So double play there on the catch, and then 6-4. So runner at first base, that's Castillo, as cleanup hitter Mendez is at the dish. And deliver and low for Hensley.
Mentioned Cannons 6-9. 5 of their losses coming in one-run games, just unable to get that offense to really close out the games there. And, I mean, those 5 games are going to come in really on later down the line.
1-0 pitch. That catches the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Yeah, execution late game. That's something the Cannons did pretty well last year. Maybe the best they've done in any season since moving from Charlestown down here to Loudon. Really had a group that was good at executing late game situations. Guys like Ski Kono could lay down a bunt if you needed it to move a runner along. 1-1 pitch. That's popped up. Coming over is Smith, and he is going to run out of room as it hits the top of the Covington dugout. So now the count goes to 1-2.
That one looked like it was going to go a lot further foul.
Well, the way Smith went over there, kind of eyeing it up to see if he could jump. But, of course, if you're going to jump, you have to go through the fence, and then the entire Covington team is there lined up on that guard fence. So, not worth the trouble for Rex there. But 1-2 count as Mendez awaits the pitch. Runner goes. That's going to be hit down to first base. Easy play as Marsala steps on the bag for the 3rd out of the inning. So Jack's got something going. Cannon snuffing out with the line-out double play. We played a half inning here at Fireman's. It's Covington nothing. Cannon's coming to the dish. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. LumberJacks don't score in the top of the first inning. Cannons coming to the dish with your lineups. Here's Tristan.
Yeah, batting first is Ethan Acevedo playing left field. Following him is Carlos Sanchez. Anthony Fernandez in the 3 spot, and cleaning it all up is Manny Ramirez. Blake Brookins at DH tonight. Thomas Marsala following him up. Ski Kono batting 7, Rex Smith 8, and Ryan Gargett rounding it all out at 9. Defensively for the Jacks is going to be Giannis Rembert on the mound, Edwin Melendez catching for him, Jason Bello on first, Jose Alfonso on second, Dario Castillo on third, and Jack Stead playing short. Left to right for the Jacks in the outfield is Blake Opie, Tyler Tamargo, and Willie Mendez.
Thank you, Tristan. Yeah, Giannis Rembert is on the hill tonight for this Covington squad. So far on the season,
he actually hasn't pitched yet this season. He's making his first appearance for the LumberJacks.
And you're exactly right about that. This year at the University of the Cumberlands, was previously at Vernon College, pitching to a 6.11 ERA in 8 appearances, 2 starts, 17 and 2/3 innings pitched. Again, that 2-1 record as opponents hit 303 against him. So he will head out to the mound as Ethan Acevedo, as hot as anybody in the valley, will greet him, hitting .426 on the season. Acevedo did not play last night. Rembert, long look in. 8 delivers, and a little bit of gas is high outside at 93 miles per hour.
Acevedo getting that 1 spot, getting on base a lot for the Cannons, taking over that spot from Ski Kono, hasn't had what he did in the past seasons, where he's just not getting on base right now, not able to find the ball.
That's inside for a ball, so 2-0 count.
Obviously, Ski Kono still a very important piece of this offense, just trying to get him out of the rut that he's in right now.
So 2-0 coming up from Rembert. He delivers, and that's in the dirt, so count goes to 3-0. So right now, Acevedo does not have enough appearances at the plate to qualify for the Valley lead, as his .426 batting average is above that of Colby Wallace. Excuse me, that's last year. Tell you what, this website kills me, Tristan, as that's in for a strike. Folks, it always pops to the 2024 site first, and I still haven't figured out to look for 2025. Some would say not very smart on my part.
I still don't see him on the top like you were saying, though.
Here's 3-1, as that is going to miss. So a walk for Acevedo, and the Cannons have their leadoff man on here in the bottom of the first.
He would fall into 4th in the league had he had enough at-bats, right behind Burrows of Charlottesville, Keaton Burrows, Culpepper, excuse me.
Yep. And here comes Carlos Sanchez with the multicolored look again. We remarked on this on Saturday night. He brings a little flair to the dish with all of his gear, as that'll miss up for a ball. But yeah, back to the stats. Yeah, there's no real Cannons. I think Prado is in the leaders in batting average, but he's played in 16 games. He's one of the few that's played that many for the Cannons, as Brett Fuller, as he normally does, will kind of, at first 4 or 5 weeks, he's just trying to see what he has. Big lead. Acevedo almost too far off the bag. It's going to kick off his helmet. Ball gets away, and he'll head down to second base. It almost went over the fence as it ricocheted off of his helmet and then ended up kind of hitting on the guard fence. It's a little low over there, lower than the netting. So he ends up over at first base, excuse me, at second base, And now the Cannons have a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, Acevedo was really jumpy right off the bat for over there on first. Saw him, giving the catcher a run for his money right off the bat.
Here's the pitch. That's away, so now a 2-1 count.
Carlos Sanchez playing a major part in Florida Southwestern's run this season to the NJCAA College World Series.
Good program down there in the Sunshine State. Here's the 2-1. That will miss, so Rembert struggling as he's now at 3-1 in danger of walking the first two batters.
They did end up losing their first two games and got eliminated, but they won their conference for the first time this season, beating College of Central Florida. Sanchez played in all 61 games for Florida Southwestern.
As that's fouled back, count goes full at 3-2.
One of only two guys to do that for their team.
So 3-2 count, no score here in the bottom of the first inning. And that Florida Southwestern team coached by Zach Cole, a former coach in the Valley. I believe he had the Newmarket team for a few years. Might have switched to a different one at one point. Good coach. Acevedo dancing off second. Here's the 3-2. That's going to miss away. So back-to-back walks to open the game for Rembert. So just like Covington, who got the first two men on, Cannons do the same. Can Purcellville make it hurt?
Anthony Fernandez.
Something the Cannons need to capitalize on here, like we were mentioning, struggling with those close games, those one-run games that are going to hurt on later down the line. You can get out to an early lead here, give your pitching some cushion, let your offense, kind of do what they want then for the rest of the game, and give the bullpen a little bit of leniency. Obviously makes it easier later on in the game.
So quick meeting at the mound as we will disperse and see if Rembert can find the zone. And if he does, will Fernandez be ready with the ambush?
Fernandez coming back down to earth now as he batted 500 through like first 3 or 4 games. Now down to 296, which is still nothing to shake your head at.
296, as you said. He's going to put a bunt down as they'll go, thought about second base, throw down to first, and in time to get Fernandez. So Cannons going early, trying to get runners in scoring position as Fernandez lays down a bunt. Look like sacrifice style, so let's see if Manny Ramirez can cash those in.
Yeah, Rembert almost cost himself the throw there when I don't think he really knew how fast Fernandez was, because when he pumped over to second, Fernandez made that race a lot closer than it looked.
So runners at second and third. 1 out, no score. As Rembert to work out of the windup as Ramirez swings and misses for strike one. Manny Ramirez Jr., son of the MLB legend, playing with the Cannons. Missed the last few games. He was taking part in the MLB Combine. Here's the 0-1 as he'll take for strike two. Blake Brookins on deck. Remember, long look in. He's got to be getting close to pitch clock violations. Just feels that way from his tempo. Here's the pitch, and Ramirez swings and misses for strike three. So what a at-bat there by Rembert. Goes right after Ramirez with 2 runners in scoring position, and now things back in his favor as Brookins will look to pick up his teammate.
Brookins repping all of his Florida gear. batted .300 with Florida this year in 4 games.
Yeah, limited time as Rembert will step off. Brookins out of Palmetto Bay, Florida. Has had 2 seasons with the Gators. Limited play, but obviously 6'6", 225. He's got the size. He's got the skills. Can he put it all together here in the Valley? Here's the pitch as Brookins will hit it the other way, but it's foul. So count goes to 0-1.
Hey, kids, grab that foul ball, turn it into the merch tent for a free Cannons.
Yet another lefty into the Cannons lineup.
We know how they love to have those lefty swingers in their lineup with the cozy dimensions down the right field line and the right field power alley here at Fireman's Field. Rembert delivers the 0-1. Brookins takes low. Count goes even. Again, the hot day here in Purcellville. Fans are runner coming home, and it's a missed sign there as Acevedo decided to try to steal home. Brookins didn't see it. He swings. Very interesting after the bunt, and then Brookins either missing a sign, I would assume, as Brett Fuller comes out to check with his big lefty swinger to see what happened. That was almost disaster.
He probably would have been safe, too. He got in there quickly.
He's gotten some big jumps off of Rembert. Counts at 1-2. He delivers. That is low. As Rembert loses his hat, count goes to 2-2. Marsala on deck. Trying to see if Brookins can reach base to give him a chance. And Rembert taking a long time between pitches, it feels like, as that misses high and away. So count goes to 3-2. First base is open, so runners will not be off on the pitch.
Got to keep in mind, too, that there is no pitch clock on the field, so you can't exactly see where you are on the pitch clock.
Yep, the umpires keep it. Third base umpire normally. Payoff pitch as that's going to be hit to second base and in time over to first as the Cannons will strand 2. We played 1 here at Fireman's. No score as Covington and Purcellville knotted up at zeros. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field. No score. Cannons and Covington. After both teams, Tristan had chances in that opening frame.
Yeah, both teams getting some offense, getting some traffic on the base paths, but neither team able to punch in and get that first run on the board. And, I mean, we mentioned Connor Hensley, known of getting out of those innings and keeping himself clean. Rembert struggled a little bit with the first 2 batters, walking the first 2, getting some early action there, but able to get the sac bunt down and then struck out Ramirez and finish it off with that ground out by Brookins.
So coming up for Covington here in the top of the second inning, it's 5, 6, and 7. Jose Alfonso, Edwin Melendez, and Jason Bello. So it looks like Hensley wants a new ball, so he'll get one. A little bit like the Cannons, Covington with a Latin flair with a lot of their players. Some of their players hailing from outside the United States, like the Cannons. Cannons pretty international. Got some players from Japan, some players from the islands in Central America, as that is going to be outside for a ball.
A lot of Floridians, too, I've noticed over the past couple times.
Obviously, a lot of good ball players from down that state. 1-0 pitch. That is going to miss outside for ball 2.
I was actually mentioning to my dad the other day about how Florida's a hotbed for baseball because he was kind of confused on how much talent can come out of there.
Yeah. Only guys that live there get to play all year round. 2-0 pitch. That's on the outside corner, but so many junior colleges down there, so you're getting guys coming from that way. But, yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think I had a friend of mine coaching in one of the local Little League tournaments, and they had played the South Riding Loudoun South team located in the southern part of Loudoun County where we're located. That misses outside. Count goes to 3-1, and they actually went to the Little League World Series one year about 5-6 years back, and I think they were still playing out of the southeast region where, Florida, Georgia, those guys have weather where they can pretty much play year-round. Again, we see it more now up here with travel ball, but here comes the 3-1 pitch. That's going to be bounced down the third base line. Could be trouble, but it's his foul, and we will go to a 3-2 count.
Yeah, Virginia, not much of a full all-year-round baseball state. That's what I like about it, though, is, you still get the snow, you still get the weather here, but you still get it warm over the summer.
Yeah, usually the travel seasons kind of wrap it up late October. Fall ball seasons get started again in March-ish. I think some may do it, but you're right. It's not exactly just because of field conditions. A little too wet to get out there on the natural fields. I think there's only one artificial field for baseball in the county, as that's going to be on the outside corner for strike 3 as Alfonso goes down looking for a strikeout of the game for Connor Hensley. First out here in the top of the second.
Yeah, Hensley caught that same exact spot twice to get those last 2 strikes. Gargett was kind of frozen after the first one when he called the strike. Then he paints that corner the same spot again and gets that huge strikeout looking for him.
Here's Edwin Melendez. Bats from the right-handed batter's box as he'll take outside and low for a ball. Melendez listed at 6'2", 210, junior out of Kissimmee, Florida, Lake Sumter Community College, previously at the University of Fort Lauderdale. Hit .301 this year in his college series. And he will not be able to hold up there, so count goes even at 1-1. Melendez did not play last night, hitting .226 on the season. He's got a nice Covington colored bat with the navy and the baby blue. As that's going to be fouled off. Count goes 1-2.
Haven't seen as much as those movement pitches from Hensley today as we have in the past. Wonder if he's just struggling with it tonight, if he hasn't really dialed in on that yet.
Timeout called. And you have to wonder just for feel because of, all the sweat. Sometimes it's tougher to grip that ball on nights like this. That's why I know he was very adamant about getting that rosin bag because he knew he might have some trouble with his grips. But right now, not doing so bad. Got that line out to help him get out of the jam in the first. 1-2 here with 1 out, no score. Here in the top of the second inning. Here's the pitch. That's fouled away. So count stays at 1-2.
That foul ball turned it into baseball card at the merch tent.
Jason Bello on deck.
Wonder how nice it is for the Cannons pitchers with Ryan Gargett behind the plate. He's a pitcher himself. I wonder if that plays into some of their pitching.
I usually think he might be on the same wavelength. 1-2 pitch, and that's waved at. Tag will be applied by Gargett. Second out of the inning, back-to-back strikeouts by Hensley.
And this is where we start to see Hensley lock in. Once he starts to get those strikeouts going, he's able to keep them going, and they go up and they go down just as easily.
So coming to the dish, it's Jason Bello. Bello comes in hitting 182. He's a freshman, listed as a freshman, out of Dayton. Played for the Flyers this year. Here's the pitch, and he will hit this one down to third base. Smith grabs, takes his time, throws over in time to retire Bello as the LumberJacks go 1-2-3. We've played an inning and a half here at Fireman's. Still scoreless, Covington and Purcellville. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field. As we've got no scores, we head to the bottom of the second inning. Cannons will bring up 6, 7, 8 in the lineup. Thomas Marisala, Ski Kono, and Rex Smith as they look to break the ice.
Both pitchers came in with letting up 2 people on base at first, and then were able to get those last 3 outs relatively quickly. Hensley with the double play in the first. In the last inning, 3 up, 3 down. Rembert walked the first 2 and then was able to get the next 3 out in order.
So here comes Marisala. Ridge Fuller a little late getting over to his third base coach's box. 4 games tonight in the Valley, all makeups. Winchester and Woodstock scoreless in the bottom of the second. Of course, we're scoreless here. Stanton and Harrisonburg just underway. Culpeper playing at 8 o'clock tonight against Charlottesville, and that one probably easy to do because that's Culpeper's closest foe, I believe, is Charlottesville. So they can play late, get everybody home by a decent hour. Here's the pitch as Marsala takes on the outside corner, maybe just a bit off of it from Thomas's reaction for strike 1.
Looks like that's going to play a big factor into tonight's game, is that little bit of an extended home plate.
And Brian McGugan behind the dish. Rembert delivers and misses outside for ball 1.
With that being said, though, Connor Hensley did get 2 strikes on the right side of the plate there, right in the same spot. So, I mean, it gives and it takes. All you can ask for from an umpire is consistency.
Yeah, most definitely. That's what guys want. Don't have it going all over the place. 1-1 pitch. Marsala hits it out to center field. Going back is to Margot, and he is going to make the catch on the warning track just in front of it as he got back to the fence, then kind of had to run the rail going along with the fence to make the catch.
Marsala just not able to get enough power behind that one. He had that a couple games ago. He almost sent the Cannons home happy with a walk-off home run, but that 370-ish fence getting the best of them. Not also that night, but tonight too.
That's the place you don't want to hit it if you are looking for a home run here at Fireman's Field. Is Skeet Kono at the dish. Third baseman playing in as Kono will bounce it. I think he's trying to say he hit it off his foot. Maybe not. Kono looked back, and are they going to say it is a foul ball or not?
A lot of confusion here as Kono kind of looked at his bat running down the line. Coach Fuller now trying to talk to the ump, see what happened.
Yeah, Smith already getting in the batter's box. Brett Fuller trying to check in with Brian McGugan. We had a play on Saturday where it looked like it might have been a play that McGugan should have brought in the rest of the umpiring crew. He didn't. I think Brett Fuller was asking for that right there as Kono kind of couldn't tell if he was just trying to buy the call or whether, but he was kind of looked like he was walking gingerly like he had hit it off his foot. But Brian McGugan says that, no, that was a clean play and an out. So 2 quick ones for Covington as Smith will take for a ball.
Kono, one of those players who usually gets down the line pretty quickly, and so when you see him looking at something, you know something's up.
It kind of appeared like he might have fouled one off his leg, and sometimes it's just tough to tell, but Brian McGugan emphatic in what he saw as that will miss up. Count goes to 2-0. Number 9 hitter Ryan Gargett is on deck. On a hot night in Purcellville. Luckily, we're in the air-conditioned comfort here in the booth. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's going to miss inside. Count goes to 3-0.
Remember having a lot of trouble with his hat tonight. That's easily the 4th or 5th time he's lost it.
He can't keep it on his head. As long as he can find the zone, he won't care all that much. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, and that is low. Smith will hustle down to first base as the ball got through the legs of catcher Melendez, but Melendez was kind of eyeing him up the whole way, trying to dare him to go ahead and take that wide turn and throw behind him. But Cannons have a 2-out base runner on the walk to Rex Smith, so Ryan Gargett will come to the dish with a chance to keep the inning going.
Ryan Gargett still looking for that first hit of the season.
Gargett at the dish. Here's the pitch as a big swing and a miss for strike 1.
Gargett has seen a little bit of reduction in his time behind the plate, though, now that the Cannons have a couple bodies behind the plate, unlike they did at the beginning of the season. As Acevedo was the only listed, not Acevedo, Aparicio was the only listed catcher before Hurst came in a little bit late. So they threw Gargett over as he plays both ways.
He's back behind the dish tonight. Here's the 0-1. Gargett, big swing and a miss for strike 2. Gargett out of Eckerd College. Went 5 for 26 in his college season earlier this year as a hitter. Made 12 appearances as a pitcher. Runner at first base, 0-2 count. Top of the order, and Acevedo is on deck. Throw over and back in safely is Smith, though looked like he tripped a bit going back into the base. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. Another one of those injuries in the NBA Finals last night.
Halliburton tearing his Achilles.
Keeps on happening, man. Some crazy stuff. Now stepping off is Rembert.
I actually just saw something today. I forget who it was saying it, but they were saying how back in the day, I think they said Kobe had a calf strain one day and then 2 days later tore his Achilles. Same thing happened with Halliburton as he was very adamant about playing, and I mean, could you blame him? It was Game 7 of the finals.
That's going to get to the backstop on ball 1. So now Gargett, things change for him. He's got a runner in scoring position if he can poke one through. Going to be a wild pitch that moves Smith So this changes the calculus a little bit. Covington playing pretty much straight up. Tamargo shaded over towards left field just a bit. Infield's back. Trying to get the final out of the inning. Here's Rembert. And that will miss outside, so count goes to 2-2. Cannon's looking for that ice-breaking run here, and I think anybody says ice, anything cool has got to sound good right now. So you'd love to be in that.
My water's starting to lose its coolness too, so.
And we're in the air conditioning. Think about it, we're outside. That wouldn't be fun. 2-2 coming up from Rembert. Here it is, and Gargett will foul this one down the line, giving chase, and watching it go out of play is Mendez. So Smith will go back. I believe that one might have got lost up in the trees and popped down onto the field. There are trees that are not in play, but they're not in the field of play, but they're actually reaching over the fence. So if a ball hits them, it's not a ball that's fair. It's a ball that's a foul ball. I may have butchered that. So basically, they're hanging over the fences. So you can have a ball that would be in play normally in the confines of the field, but it'll hit a tree, and it's a dead ball at that point.
You got there eventually.
Yeah, I tried. Here comes the 2-2, and that's going to be fouled off. So
Gargett, one of only 2 righties in the lineup tonight. Him and Sanchez, only 2 righties for the Cannons.
Yeah, these lineups are always set up for the Cannons. And that left-handed power, only 310 down the right field line, 340 to the right center power alley. So you want guys that have a little pop in their bats from that left-handed side because they can be big-time home run threats. That's low, so Gargett has worked the count back from 0-2 to 3-2. Again, Acevedo, one of the hottest hitters in the league, is on deck.
Cannons do got some big lefties in their lineup. Brookins, like you mentioned, 6'4". Anthony Fernandez is up there in height and weight. Thomas Marsala.
And looks like we're going to have a pitch clock violation. So Dwight Godwin calls it out, and with the 3-2 count, that's a heck of an at-bat by Gargett to work back from 0-2, and now you bring Acevedo to the plate with 2 men on and 2 outs.
We saw this same situation a couple games ago. I don't remember who was on the mound for the Cannons. I believe it was Quintana, where he was playing with that clock a little bit, was working it as close as he could get, and then finally it did get him, and then after that he was working pretty quickly to avoid the time clock again.
Here's the pitch. Acevedo, big swing and a miss for strike 1.
So I wonder if Rembert will up his tempo a little bit now just to make sure he doesn't get that violation. As that could prove to be big here. With 2 outs, you walk the batter that was 1 strike away.
And good job by Gargett. Lay off some of the stuff out of the zone by Rembert. As he will hit this one to second base, ranging over and through his legs and out into right field. That's going to bring home a run as Smith will come around on the error by Alfonso. Cannons break the ice. They lead it 1-0.
And there's where that pitch clock bites you. I mean, if you get Gargett out, obviously that run doesn't come through. It was a routine play over there for Alfonso as the ball just kind of rolled off the inside of his glove and got into the outfield. And that brought home Rex Smith from second, who the ball went just past him enough that Rex Smith could get there easily and brought Gargett from first to third.
So Cannon's on the corners, and Melendez going out to talk to Rembert. And now Brian McGugan will go out there to break it up. Yeah, you have to wonder just Alfonso kind of ranging over. Did those hands just get off enough? Or maybe the ball took a funky hop or a spin. But, yeah, that's like you said, Tristan, that's a routine play. That's one that has to be made. It wasn't. The Cannons catch a big break as they now lead it 1-0. And Sanchez with a chance to make it hurt even worse. He comes in hitting .412 only in 4 games as Acevedo takes a big lead. That's in for a strike. But again, Rembert just not ready to pay attention to the runner at first base. This time, Acevedo takes advantage, puts himself in scoring position.
One thing I noticed about the Cannons stealing is they love to kind of take a jump. They don't exactly start their jump early, but they literally hop as they're going to steal a base.
Here's the pitch, as that is going to be low. Count goes to 1-1. That's the 6th stolen base of the season for Acevedo. And this Cannon squad, we talked about it before. They played with a little bit of flair this season. Got that Latin influence. Guys are joyous and ready to play some baseball. Here's the 1-1, as that's fouled back. So count goes to 1-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. LumberJacks and the Cannons, the Purcellville up 1-0 on the error that brought in a run.
Cannons still have yet to get a hit on the night. All of their base runners have been via the base on ball.
Yep, or the error. LumberJacks with 2 of those is fouled back by Sanchez. There was that error on the throw over to first base to try to get Acevedo. Bounced off his helmet, kicked up, almost went over the fence and out of play. He ended up taking second base on that. Then Acevedo with a steal after reaching base on the error by the second baseman, Alfonso. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Fernandez on deck. Here's your 1-2, and that'll miss inside, so count goes even, 2-2. As Purcellville trying to make this a big inning off of some self-inflicted Covington mistakes. Pitch clock violation, gave Gargett the walk, then an error on the very next batter. 2-2. And that is going to be foul-tipped into the mitt of Melendez as Sanchez chased one out of the zone. Cannons get 1, but they leave 2. We played 2 here at Fireman's Field. It's Purcellville 1, LumberJacks 0. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co., Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Top of the 3rd inning, Covington will bring 8, 9, and 1 to the plate. Opie, Stead, and Tamargo as they look to score their first run. They actually have a hit. Cannons, as Tristan said, do not, but the Cannons have the lone run of the game as they scored with a couple of walks and an error to benefit their scoring in the bottom of the 2nd inning, so they lead it 1-0.
They don't ask how, they just ask how many. And
That's right.
Cannons right now have the one in the spot that matters.
Left fielder number 33, Blake Opie.
So here comes Blake Opie. And we don't always get pronunciations in the Valley. So sometimes we'll have a chance to get down there, but today we're a little bit backed up, so most of the names are pretty easy for Covington in the starting lineup today as Opie takes a strike. So where'd we go? Went to the internet. We found a highlight of Blake, I believe, with a 2-run double in the Florida State Championship game, as that's a wave for strike 2. so this is a couple years ago, had up on his Twitter feed, and the announcer announced his name, and we assumed the guy sounded like a pretty good announcer, so we assumed he got the name right. We actually had a different clip that we found where it was maybe the least enthusiastic home run call I've ever heard in my life. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's swung on and missed as Opie goes down on 3 straight pitches, so another strikeout for Connor Hensley, his 3rd of the ball game.
That was a very rough home run call to hear, giving absolutely no emotion. You couldn't even hear a smile in his voice.
Yeah, it was okay. Now, again, I've actually heard sometimes I've heard some bigger time announcers than that in my job at Sirius XM where haven't gotten much better. So, again, we'll see. He was a young announcer. Sure, that guy got better. Here's Jack Stead as he will foul this one off for strike 1. It was actually funny, like Opie, anyone of a certain age, always you hear Opie, you think of the character from Andy Griffith's show. It's one of those ones that kind of stood the test of time, I think. Here's the 0-1. That will miss. Did you watch Andy Griffith reruns at all when you were younger?
I did not.
Okay.
My dad, however, does have a friend from his hometown that he calls Opie.
Okay, that's probably where he got it from. I mean, it's still on TV. I mean, I think it's on TV Land, the Nickelodeon channel, but it's all over the place. There's so many of those old shows on TV now. 1-1 pitch. That's going to miss outside. It's something I would love to find out more about because you've had this rise. I think Cozy's one of them. There's a couple other of those channels like that are on, I think they're kind of end up on some of the digital channels. Here's the 2-1 as that's going to be hit out to shortstop. Should be routine throw over and in time as Sanchez makes the play for out number 2. But, yeah, I think it's, you'll have your normal channel. Then there's like the 5.1, 5.2, those digital in-between channels, I guess, best way to say it. So some of those are on there, but they'll play a lot of those old shows from the 70s, even back in the 50s, like a bunch of Westerns and things. And I think flipping around, I've seen Andy Griffith's show on about like 5 of the different channels, which I always think to myself, how does everybody have the rights to this? That's the confusing thing to me.
My dad probably was forced to watch it with his grandparents living with him.
That's going to be low and away for a ball to Tyler Tamargo. It's a good show. It's a good show from the 1960s. I mean, it kind of reflects the times, but it's one of the classic television shows. And Andy Griffith was what a great star he was. Here's the 1-0. That is going to be no swing on the appeal down to Dwight Godwin.
He always told me how he would try to sneak in cartoons in the morning before his grandfather came down and took over the singular TV in the house.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Here it is. That's going to be hit down the first base line. That's going to be a fair ball. As Marsala thought it was foul, he had to look back, and he got the quick call from Rick Alderman as he stepped on the bag to retire the side. So Covington goes 3 up, 3 down. Second straight inning that Hensley retires the side in order. We've played 2.5. It's still Cannons 1, LumberJacks nothing. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinia & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping, LLC, Case Co., Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field. Cannons lead it 1-0 as they will bring up 3, 4, and 5. Fernandez, Ramirez, and Brookins here in the bottom of the third inning, leading it by that 1-0 score. Purcellville falling last night, trying to get something going as they are 3-7 in their last 10. It's just been as you kind of said, Tristan, with all those one-run losses, it's been a tough go of things. But some new faces, and Brett Fuller hoping that he can get his guys on a hot streak as Fernandez steps in. Remember, it's still on the mound. He delivers as that will miss for ball.
Yeah, those one-run losses, you turn those into wins. You go from 6-9 to 11-4. You go from 5th in the division to 2nd.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that is low. And wound up ricocheting off, I believe, Brian McGugan back to the backstop. It's actually funny this year. Probably the regular season standings have been as the least that they maybe ever have as the playoff format changing this year. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's going to miss high as everything's single elimination until you get to the finals, where they will have the winner of the North, winner of the South will play a best-of-3 series. But before that, everything is single elimination. 3-0. That's in for a strike. Where in the past, I think last year's format, it was 2 and 3 seeds played a single elimination game. The winner of that one played a series against the top seed. And then that winner advanced on to play in the championship series. 3-1 pitch, that will miss inside. So leadoff walk for Fernandez. So he's the second Cannon to earn a leadoff walk. Acevedo did it to open up the Cannon's first at-bat.
The forever hated leadoff walk by the pitcher usually comes back to bite you.
Here comes Manny Ramirez. Struck out on 3 pitches his first time up. Rembert got a big strikeout there as that's right down the middle for strike 1. Acevedo and Sanchez walked in the first. Cannon's sacrifice bunted Fernandez to get the runners in scoring position, but then Ramirez struck out swinging, and then Brookins grounded out to first base. 0-1, that'll miss inside, so count goes 1-1.
He didn't seem to turn in too much with that unguarded elbow.
Yeah, normally this guy's wearing that elbow pad. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss outside. Count goes to 2-1. Can you have that extra bit of confidence to kind of be right up on the plate if you got that big elbow guard there? But Manny going without it. 2-1. That is in for strike 2. So count goes even at 2-2. Nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. Cannons leading Covington 1-0. Scored the lone run of the game on an error and brought in Rex Smith. 2-2. That is outside, no throw, as Melendez thought about the snap throw down to first base behind Fernandez, but put it in his back pocket. Count full at 3-2 with Brookins on deck.
Cannons have been pretty aggressive on the base paths today, as we saw an attempt to steal home. A couple steals from Acevedo.
Payoff pitch is over the plate for strike 3 as Ramirez couldn't get the bat off his shoulder. Second strikeout of the game for Manny. Third for Rembert. And 1 out here in the bottom of the third inning. So here comes the aforementioned Blake Brookins. Big lefty swinger out of Florida. And lob over to first base. Back in plenty of time is Fernandez.
So they have the pitch clock down here. Do they also have the throw-over count where you get 2 and then?
No. College doesn't have that. You can throw over as many times as you want, as that's inside. But they do have the pitch clock. And it's funny because I think most Division I's have to have the pitch clock. They have to have an actual clock in the in the
Stadium.
stands. I think other levels, they keep it on the field. Here's the 1-0. As that's fouled off because I broadcast the ODAC tournament this year, the Division III conference with a lot of Virginia, North Carolina schools, and theirs was kept on the field even though they played at a venue where they actually had the technology wired in down at Capital One Park in Tysons. They have it. That's where Georgetown plays. So they have the ability to run a pitch clock, but they chose to do it on the field. So 1-1. That is going to hit Brookins, so he'll head down to first base. And a lot of free passes today by Yanni Rembert. This time it's via the hit by pitch.
Cannons still yet to get that first hit. I mean, they have a couple base runners, and like you said, 2 on, still not a hit, couple errors, and it's the reason Covington can't seem to. They gave up that run, and it's just all been free passes.
Another chat on the mound, and looks like this is just going to be a visit from the catcher. As you know, Rembert has not been his best today, but he's given up 1 run and no hits so far. So he has worked around a bevy of walks so far. He has walked 5 batters. He's hit 1.
And I don't believe that run would have gone down as earned as it was earned or came in on an error. So
yeah, should have been out of the inning, but partially his own fault, as you mentioned, with the pitch clock violation. A ball 4 for Gargett kept the inning going. Then Acevedo made contact, and Alfonso booted it to let Rex Smith come in. Here's the pitch. That's going to be hit to second base. That goes under the glove again of Alfonso, and everyone will stay as Fernandez was coming around. Ridge Fuller looking out in the outfield trying to pick it up, and he goes conservative there, keeping Fernandez at the bag, as I don't think Anthony was thinking score. I think he was thinking go into third base by that point. Didn't really have a chance to send him. So that is I'm going to call that a hit. So first hit of the ball game for the Cannons. So now Kono with a chance he can drop one in. Get the Cannons a crooked number on the board with the bases loaded. Only 1 out. Here's the pitch as Kono takes low for a ball.
Interesting way to approach it. Like I said, they've been pretty aggressive on the base paths, and they held Fernandez at third. I thought for sure they would send him, as it was kind of that same play that they had earlier where the ball just squeaked past Alfonso over at second.
1-1. Kono fouls it away. That was a hard hit ball, and Fernandez went in, and he went directly into the bag. So by that point, I think Ridge, seeing where the ball was and seeing his runner had maybe slowed down a bit, decided to go ahead and play it safe with only 1 out in the inning. As that's going to be hit the other way, and that is going to be gloved. They'll go to second base to get 1. That's all. So Kono with the fielder's choice, but he brings in the run as Fernandez scores from third. It's now Purcellville 2, LumberJacks nothing.
Kono did exactly what he needed to there. Got to first, got that extra run in. Now a little bit of extra cushion for Hensley on the mound and putting the Cannons in good position here.
Brookins advanced to third on that fielder's choice. So here's Rex Smith, who scored the Cannons' first run of the game. Runner goes, throw down, actually no throw, as Melendez came up like he was going to let it go, but Kono coasts into second base. Now the Cannons have 2 runners in scoring position.
Stead just didn't get over there in time, as Melendez was looking to throw, but there was nobody home, so had he made the throw, I don't think it would have been there. Then that could have turned into a lot more trouble for Covington than they've already had.
So 1-0 count. Cannons with a run in this inning, as that'll miss high for ball 2. 2-0 Cannons lead here in the bottom of the third. Smith digs back in. Here's the 2-0, and Rex will foul that one off Melendez. So count goes 2-1.
He was swinging to make that one 5-0, and just caught the inside of his bat.
So Kono gets the RBI on the fielder's choice. Runners at second and third for the Cannons. Already leading 2-0. Have 2 outs, though. The 2-1 count to Smith. And that bat will go flying, ends up on top of the Cannons dugout. Luckily for the netting, a fan might have had a new toothpick because that thing went flying. It went halfway up that 30-foot high netting. And now Rex Smith will get a little more stick him on that bat, though he has to go down. Don't have the normal kind of rag we see.
Actually switched bats.
Yeah. And now get a little more pine tar on that stick. And Brian McGugan probably gave him a little more time than normal because of the hot night. Actually put a guard on his hand, too. I don't know if that was more for the guard or to keep the sweat from piling down, as he's got wristbands, I believe, on both arms. So Rex will step back in after losing control of that bat. 2-2 count. Rembert out of the stretch. He delivers, and that's in the dirt, so count goes to 3-2.
Rembert needs to find a way to get out of this inning here, get unscathed. He's given way too many free passes to the Cannons. They've been capitalizing on their chances, luckily for them. But if Rembert wants to keep this game close, he needs to find a way to get out of this quickly.
3-2 count, 2 outs. Runners at second and third. Gargett on deck. Here's the pitch, as that's going to get away. Coming in is Brookins. He will score. And heading down to first base with the walk is Rex Smith. So wildness plagues Rembert, brings in another run as the Cannons now lead it 3-0.
And that is the exact opposite of what I was talking about. Not only did he walk a player, he had that base open, so he could have gotten away with letting Rex Smith go, but he also had a wild pitch and got another run in for the Cannons.
And on that wild pitch, Kono goes down to third. So again, Cannons on the corners as Ryan Gargett looking for that first hit of the season. Be a nice spot to get it right here. Expand this Cannons lead. Rembert delivers. That'll miss high for a ball.
Gargett, despite not having a single hit on the season, he does have 2 walks, and he has been hit by a pitch twice.
Here comes the 1-0, as that will miss inside to Gargett. So right now, struggling out there is Rembert, trying to limit the damage. Cannons have 2 in already this inning, 3 for the game. They lead it 3-0. That pitch is right down the heart of the plate for strike 1. Took a little bit off.
Both these runs coming in will be going down as earned runs, however.
Here comes the 2-1. Runner goes. That is going to be a ball. Tag is not applied, as Alfonso had to pick the short hop, and by the time he got the tag back down, Smith was in safely down at second base. So ball there, 3-1 count. Cannons top of the order, 1 pitch away from coming up with the bases loaded.
It was a good play all around on the stolen base. Rex Smith got a good jump, able to slide in under there, but Melendez got the ball down quick, and like you said, that hop just hurt the second baseman trying to apply the tag.
Adamus outside, so Gargett with his second walk of the ball game loads up the bases. As here comes Ethan Acevedo, he of the over 400 batting average, and right now Giannis is going to come out, and he's going to make a pitching change to try and keep this one from getting out of hand early here at Fireman's Field. Cannons up 3-0. They got 2 outs in the bottom of the third, but 3 men on base. And Ethan Acevedo coming to the plate. We'll let you know who will be pitching to him after this. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Covington Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. New pitcher on the hill, it's Micah Calvert. Calvert, the 5'10", 160-pound sophomore righty out of Ranger College. On the season, Calvert has made 4 appearances, all in relief. He's pitched 6 innings. He's allowed 8 hits, 6 runs, 5 of those earned, 9 walks, 4 strikeouts. He's pitching to an ERA of 7.50. So right now, they will bring Calvert in a tough spot against one of the better hitters in the Valley so far this year, as Ethan Acevedo with a chance to blow this one wide open.
Acevedo, like you mentioned, batting over 400. Decent speed at Rex Smith at second. You would think a hit just poked out into shallow outfield will score 2 here for the Cannons and give them that 5-0 lead. Calvert, however, coming in looking to give up 0 damage, as they've given up more than they would like to, having Cannons with a singular hit in the game, but 3 runs to go along with them.
So here we go. Ethan Acevedo, 426 average on the season coming in. A walk, and he reached on an error today. Has a double, a triple, no home runs. But of course, if you're going to hit one, Fireman's Field, no better place to do it.
Especially as a lefty.
As he will hit one down to first base. It hops past both the first and second baseman. 1 run is in, 2nd run coming in, and that's going to get by the catcher. The 3rd runner coming in. Nobody's covering home plate, and Gargett will score. Acevedo off the bag. He'll go to 3rd base, and he's safe as he somehow stays on the bag, as Dwight Godwin gave it a long look, but Acevedo will get up a little bit slowly. He might just be tired, but he's definitely happy as he brings in 3 as he pokes one through, and then a little Keystone Cops for Covington as they allow a few more runs.
Absolutely beautiful play by the Cannons there all around. As you mentioned, Acevedo just pokes it over into the shallow outfield, like I mentioned. Rex Smith with enough speed to get back, and as he was coming in, I think Melendez got a little scared because Rex Smith was coming right at him, right down the baseline. He slides in safe, and like you said, no one home. And again, Coach Rich Fuller, 3rd base coach today, sends Gargett, and they put in 3.
So here's the pitch. High bouncer down to 3rd base. It's snagged, throw over, and in time as a good play by Castillo to retire Sanchez. But the Cannons add on as they score 5 runs in the 3rd inning. They lead it 6-0 as we pause here at Fireman's Field. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Covington Creek Distilling Company, Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and
welcome back to Fireman's Field. As we hit the top of the fourth inning to bring you your next few innings of play-by-play, here's my partner, Tristan Kunick.
hello and welcome back. Hensley remains on the mound for the Cannons as they have blown this one wide open with now a 6-0 lead. Acevedo punching in 3 with that last hit there. So Cannons come in up 6-0 with Castillo, Murray, and Mendez due up for the LumberJacks. Hensley on the mound, 3 strikeouts. Took a little bit of a long break there for that bottom of the third inning with a lot of action there for the Cannons bats. Although I'm sure he's not complaining about the 6-run cushion that he has, giving him a lot of space to do what he feels necessary. So Castillo will step to the plate first for the LumberJacks. He walked in his first at-bat in the first inning.
I'll tell you what, Tristan, when you start getting this type of score up there, you have to think about, hey, can we end it early? Mercy rule type thing, because it just saves your pitching. They have so many games coming up.
We did have that situation earlier here in the season as Hensley delivers, and there goes Castillo's bat, as Rex Smith had that problem earlier. He did swing, though, so it'll be an 0-1 count. As I was saying, though, we did have that happen in the first game, the opening game here at Purcellville, as they beat the Culpeper Cavaliers.
You know, and it's one of those things where it's a fine line of trying to get your guys, hey, stay focused, stay locked in, because, if we can score 10, we win it 10-0 in 7. That's 2 innings of pitching we didn't have to burn today. That, again, we've talked about it because of all the rain out there, so jammed up in games. Any saving of pitching you can get right now is huge.
Yeah, the VBL rule for the Mercy rule is you have to be up by 10 through 7. So no matter what, we will get 4 more innings of play here. That is counting this one. As Hensley stares down with an 0-1 count in his favor, and Castillo will take low for a ball.
And Tristan, I don't want to sell Covington short. They can obviously come back, but it's one of those things in the dugout that you kind of have to keep your guys focused on. Hey, it's not a laugher. Let's keep going, keep adding on.
Count 1-1. Hensley delivers inside. Castillo takes a lean back for ball 2. Count goes to 2-1. Something that plays in here for Hensley, like I mentioned earlier, long break. Wonder if his arm got a little cold there while he was sitting there in the dugout waiting for his offense to finish up their thing. And 2-1 is down low for the 3-1 count.
Yeah, obviously you want the run support, but you're right. You have to sit there. You don't kind of stay in that rhythm. Sometimes it's tough for a pitcher to get that back immediately.
Especially for a position like pitching. Pitching, goalie, quarterback, 3 positions that kind of are mental as Castillo takes inside for ball 4 and he will walk. So leadoff walk for the LumberJacks. Second walk of the day for Hensley as he went 3 up, 6 up, 6 down in the last 2 innings. But pitching, very mental position in baseball, in sports. And so anytime you have to sit there with your thoughts a little bit more than you would like to, probably not exactly what you're looking for. Murray comes to the plate. Hensley delivers, and he will catch the outside part of the plate for strike one. Murray DHing tonight, grounded to short. Actually, he lined out to short, and then Sanchez tossed the ball over to Kono as they caught Tamargo back late. Got two of those outs real quick for Hensley as he delivers the 1-0. And swinging at it will be Murray for strike two. Those two outs on that double play helped Hensley get out of that first inning relatively quickly. Castillo only a small lead off first. And strike three as Murray swings through that one. Three pitches, 3 strikes, and Murray goes down again. And that'll bring up Willie Mendez.
Tristan, you play golf?
I do. Not good at it.
That was the breakfast ball, that walk. He kind of, okay, I'm just going to take another drive here. And, boy, did he look good against Murray, blowing him away.
I take a lot more breakfast balls than one should. Really good analogy there, though, as Hensley delivers. And Mendez will pop that one up outside of third, but it'll go foul as Rex Smith and Acevedo gave chase, but out of play. So they ran out of room. Count will go to 0-1. Hensley steps off, gets back on the mound. Mendez standing in the lefty batter box. Hensley's 0-1. Catches the bottom part of the plate down and in for strike two. Mendez chats with the umpire for a sec as he was not real thrilled about that one. But again, consistency is key, and that's what McGugan has delivered behind the plate. Hensley delivers that one, and that one pops foul. Acevedo sprinting over, but goes over to the trees. Does bounce in play. I'm not sure if it hit a tree, but foul nonetheless. So it'll stay 0-2 for Hensley.
Yeah, I think some of the Oaks might actually hang over there as well. So you get close to the fence, you get some of that.
Not as far over as the right field side. O2 pitch. Hensley stares down the plate. And he checks over at first on Castillo. Castillo gets back in time, though. Hensley making heavy use of that rosin bag tonight. The weather up in the low 90s. Warmest it's been this summer here in Purcellville. O2 pitch as Castillo goes, but Mendez will foul that one behind him. So Castillo will have to go back to first, and the count will remain 0-2.
More opportunity for a Cannons baseball card. Grab that foul ball, kids.
Yeah, Castillo has gone a couple times on this 0-2 count, and both times Mendez has fouled it off. Trying to stay to that double play.
Castillo getting his cardio in. Mendez swings at that one, and he'll poke that one to the right field side, but again, it will go foul into the trees. So we will see the 0-2 pitch again.
It's interesting, Tristan, when you end up you send a runner like that, normally it's a guy that's going to make contact. Mendez leads the team in strikeouts with 10. So he hasn't been a great contact guy, but he's showing pretty good here, fouling these pitches off.
5 pitches, 6-1 coming here as he swings at that one and chops it to Ski Kono at second. Kono can't get a hold of it and swipes it over to first, but not in time. So Mendez will get aboard. They will put that one down as an error, as Ski Kono couldn't quite grab a hold of it.
Second baseman, number 12,
Yeah, that's a tough one. Coming in, runners coming by you, you're trying to make a play. At first, you may be thinking, hey, can I go to second? Then it was, can I go to first? He tried to kind of scoop it quickly and off the glove, and then tried to kind of shovel it over with the glove hand, and didn't all work out. So now Covington got a little rally going here as they try to eat into this Cannon's lead.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it bounced right next to Castillo, so it wasn't exactly the easiest ball to read either, as Alfonso stands in and the first pitch catches the outside part of the plate for strike one. Hensley really working the paint here on the plate as they're giving it to him, so he's taking it. Hensley delivers, catches the bottom part of the zone, so that'll be strike two. Another 0-2 count. Getting a lot of strikes in for Hensley. 34 strikes, 17 balls today for a total of 51 pitches. And he swings at the 52nd for strike three, and he will go down swinging, and that will bring up Melendez to the plate.
That's some good pitching right there. You have the error, and I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like Hensley looked over at Kono and said, hey, no problem, I got you. And boy, did he pick him up right there with that quick strikeout to now kind of put the Cannons on the verge of getting out of the inning with a force out.
Hensley with 8 straight strikes. Hensley peeks at Castillo at second, delivers, catches the bottom of the zone for strike one. Did you see the other night in the Dodgers game, Yamamoto was 1 pitch away from an immaculate inning, and they called a ball in the middle of the chest of the Padres hitter?
I saw that on Twitter.
Hensley delivers, Castillo goes, no throw to third, so Castillo will be safe at third as Gargett couldn't get the throw around Melendez. Count goes 0-2. Hensley going back to that rosin bag again. Just can't. Seems like he can't get a grip on that ball. He's trying to wipe his hand off on his pants, dry off some of that sweat. Guess he's not feeling like he can grip the ball, but he's looking like he can do it.
Yeah.
Hensley delivers high, and they're trying to double steal. Castillo comes home, and he will make it as Mendez went halfway to second and paused when Gargett threw it, and Castillo came home. So the LumberJacks will execute the double steal as it was planned, and they will score their first run of the day to make it 6-1 Cannons.
I don't know if Brett Fuller was too happy with that. Again, if the throw was on target, maybe, but he kind of pulled the string. It bounced ahead. Kono did all he could to get it back home.
And that ball gets inside on Melendez, so that'll bring the count to 2-2. That last pitch was ruled a ball on the throwdown. And swing and a miss, Melendez will strike out, and Hensley with his 6th strikeout of the day, and will end the 4th inning there with only 1 run of damage, and we will be back here with you for the bottom of the 4th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. We are here in the bottom of the fourth. The Cannons lead 6-1. Covington able to get a run on the board in the last inning with a double steal. And the Cannons will look to add to their lead, as you mentioned, anything to save some pitching for both bullpens, not only theirs. Micah Calvert will remain on the mound for Covington. Came in relief in the last inning, gave up a single to Acevedo, which scored 3, and then had Sanchez ground out to end the inning.
Yeah, Acevedo just bounced it through. The first 2 runs scored easily. Throw coming home got away from the catcher, and then no one covered home plate. So Gargett heads up, just came home, ends up putting up that 5-run bottom of the third, and that's how we got to 6-1.
So for the second inning in the row, we will see Fernandez, Ramirez, and Brookins as the top 3 batters. Due up first. Marsala to follow if they get there. As Fernandez digs in, batting third in the lineup tonight. He takes the first ball inside. Calvert delivers outside. 2-0 for Fernandez. Starting out hot this season with the Cannons, batting .296. As he takes another ball low. Hit an absolute missile in his first game here in that 13-2 win over the Cavaliers. Calvert delivers. That one catches the zone for strike 1. 3-1 count. And Fernandez swings at that one and pops it foul to the left field side. So all the kids go running looking for their Cannons baseball cards. Giveaway for the night. Calvert working a lot quicker than Rembert did. He delivers here, and that one catches the inside part of the zone. Fernandez waits, but like I said, McGugan has been given that extended home plate for the batters, so that'll go down as a strikeout looking for Fernandez. There will be 1 out to Manny Ramirez as he steps in the right batter's box. Ball low and away.
Tristan, so of course, Calvert out of Ranger College. That's where he goes to school. I'll give you their mascot after this pitch.
Calvert's pitch goes in zone for strike 1. Count to 1-1.
You ready?
Are they the Ranger Rangers?
They are the Ranger Rangers. We're on the same wavelength on that one.
It's like Phillip Phillips.
Yeah, something like that.
As that ball goes outside. I had a teacher in middle school, 2-1 count. I had a teacher in middle school for tech ed in 7th grade. His name was Peter Peters.
Wow, okay. All right.
As Manny waves at that one, and that one will go take it to a 2-2 count. Ramirez struck out both times he's been to the plate, once swinging, once looking. And he swings at that one, but can't make contact, so that'll be another strikeout for Manny Ramirez, another strikeout for Calvert. 2 outs, 2 strikeouts for Calvert in this inning. That'll bring up Brookins, who grounded out to second in his first appearance. He was hit by a pitch in his second and came around to score on a wild pitch. And he'll swing through this first one for a strike.
Again, Calvert, pitching down those JUCOs in Texas, they're pretty good. You're going to see some good hitting. He looks like he's kind of got back into a groove here in this inning.
That ball is low for 1-1 count. Calvert didn't come in the most favorable situation with bases loaded. And that hit he had, it just bounced through the first and second baseman, Bello and Alfonso, over on the right side. And Brookins delivers that one to center, but Tamargo will get there, and so that will end the inning for the Cannons. Calvert will go 3 up, 3 down, and we will be back here for the 5th inning.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affini & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Caseco, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Welcome back to Purcellville. Connor Hensley back on the mound. He has been dealing for the Cannons. 7 strikeouts on the night. Only 1 run given up for the Cannons on that double steal, but he has been delivering what the Cannons need as they are up 6-1 here in the top of the 5th inning.
Yeah, that big 5-run third has been the key as Cannons look to get back on the winning track.
So coming to the plate first will be Jason Bello for the LumberJacks, wearing his red Dayton Flyers helmet.
I used to call it a Dayton game a couple years ago. We played Georgetown for a series. That's an aside. I don't know.
Dayton,
he wasn't on the team.
Dayton, one of those schools that I didn't really know existed until I saw him in March Madness a couple years ago. As he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
Yeah, the Flyers been around a long time. A pretty good basketball program for a long time. Actually, the year that Georgetown won the national championship back in 1984, they beat a Cinderella Dayton team that was a 10 seed. Beat him in the regional final. So I think they played at Pauley Pavilion at UCLA. So that's a little bit of Dayton trivia for you.
It's quite the memory you got there.
Well, I was like 5, but I didn't remember actually watching the game. I just remember reading about it later.
Oh, 1 pitch for Hensley. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
If memory serves, they beat Dayton. Yeah, they beat Dayton in the regional final. They beat Kentucky in the Final Four matchup. Then they beat Houston in the final that year.
Jason Bello grounded out to third earlier tonight on his first at-bat. And he swings through this one, and Gargett will apply the tag. That'll be strike 3 for Bello, and that will bring Blake Opie to the plate.
Yeah, Hensley right now, Tristan has struck out 4 of the last 5 batters he's faced.
And that one batter on that error from Kono, and Hensley picked him right back up as he struck out the next 2 to end the inning. And he'll deliver this first pitch in for a strike. Opie struck out swinging in his first at-bat in the 3rd inning. Hensley, very big strikeout pitcher, as he delivers this one low and away for ball 1. Swung on that one. Hensley goes back and gets it. And he'll throw it over to Marsala for an easy 1-3 ground out there for the Cannons. And that'll be 2 down for the LumberJacks. That will bring up Jack Stead to the plate.
Yeah, Hensley looked like he slipped just a bit getting ready to field that one, but you could almost see him take his time, compose himself, and make the good, strong throw over to first base, as opposed to maybe panicking after he was off his pins and throwing one over the head of Marsala.
Slipping on what I believe is a clay mound here at Fireman's. And Stead will swing through that one and foul it off. Strike 1. Trying to get a good ball for Gargett to send back to Hensley. LumberJacks looking to mount that comeback you were talking about earlier. As Stead takes this one on the outside part of the plate for strike 2. Hensley led on those first 2 batters in the first inning and has been lights out since then and continues as Stead will swing and miss at that one. Gargett will throw it down to first to help complete the strikeout. And the Cannons, the LumberJacks again will go 3 up, 3 down. The Cannons offense will come back out in the bottom of the 5th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. Micah Calvert remains on the mound for the LumberJacks as he finishes his warm-up pitches. Calvert has seen 5 batters. He's done away with 4. Gave up that single to Acevedo and has been lights out since then. Struck out 2 in the last inning. And that will bring Marsala to the plate, followed by Kono and Rex Smith and Gargett to round it out if they get there. Marsala popped up to center in his first at-bat and had a single in his second as he swings through this one, and it's going deep to right field, but Tamargo will get there, so Marsala will go down on another pop-out. Calvert now through 5 straight batters. As I was saying, though, Marsala caught at second on that fielder's choice from Kono, who comes to the plate now. He does have an RBI and a stolen base on the game. He grounded out in his first at-bat on a bunt as he takes this first pitch for a ball low. He grounded out in his first at-bat, got on a fielder's choice in his second, swings this one foul to the right field side. Alfonso playing over towards first with this lefty-heavy lineup. Only 3 righties in the lineup for the Cannons. As Kono lines that one out to right center field, and that will drop in for a hit. Kono jumps a little as the ball gets a little past the cut man, but remains at first. So another hit for the Cannons. 3 hits on the day with their 6 runs. Not a scoreboard you see often. But 6-1 Cannons, 3 hits for the Cannons, 1 error. 4 errors playing a big part for the LumberJacks with Rex Smith coming to the plate. 4 errors along with a lot of free passes as that ball gets in there for a strike on the first pitch. 0-1 count to Rex Smith. Seven base on balls, as Calvert throws over to first, but Kono back in time. 7 walks for the LumberJacks, as well as a hit by pitch on Brookins. So 8 free bases along with 4 errors, which have been played into the Cannons' 6 runs. Rex Smith swings through that one, can't hold up. Melendez pumps the throw down to first, but does not actually throw it, as Kono will step back. So count be 0-2. Kono taking a small lead off first. Fast base runner, though, so you can't look him off, as Calvert listens to my words from up here in the booth and delivers over to first. Kono back in time. Looks down the 0-2 pitch and delivers, and Rex Smith swings but pops it up towards the right field side. But that one will range foul into the stands, and all the kids racing over to get it. Over on the Covington bench side. As Calvert looks for a new ball. Doesn't like the way that last one felt. Very hot out here. Got the windows just cracked open so you can hear the fans, hear the field. Not too many Covington fans in the stands, as it is about a 3-hour drive, 3.5 hour drive from Covington to Purcellville. Calvert, 23 pitches on the day. They have been quality pitches, having only given up 2 hits. He struck out 2. And there's his third, as Rex Smith can't get the bat off his shoulder on the pitch that catches the bottom part of the plate. And that will bring up Ryan Gargett, who has walked twice today. Trying to get that elusive first hit. Playing in his 5th game tonight. He has pitched in a couple, as he's been able to take the mound a little bit more, with Hirsch coming to the Cannons as he takes the first ball high for a 1-0 count. Mark Hirsch came in a little late. A.J. Goitia also joined the team a little late out of Texas Tech. And then Aiden Aparicio. The 3 catchers listed now. Gargett listed as a pitcher as he takes ball 2 outside in the dirt. Listed as a pitcher, plays both ways. And did a bulk of the catching at the beginning of the season. But since then has seen a little bit of a minimal workload, as he watches that one go in for a strike. 2-1 count for Gargett. Kono still over on first. Cannon leads 6-1. Kono still just taking a small lead off first. As Calvert delivers, Kono goes. Throw is not in time. The bounce a little rough for Alfonso to handle. So Kono will steal second. sliding in there off that bounce. That's now the second time Melendez has bounced that ball in there, and it just went against him. But pitch was in for a strike, and the count will run 2-2 to Gargett. That's the second stolen base for Ski Kono tonight, as he now leads the team with 8. Carlos Sanchez right behind him with 7 as Calvert delivers, and Kono tries to step at that one as that one is grounded to Jack Stead, but he will make the play, get the throw over to first, and that will do away with the Cannons, who lead 6-1 here going into the top of the 6th. And we will see you back here in just a moment.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Welcome back to Fireman's Field here in Purcellville, Virginia, in western Loudoun. Connor Hensley returns to the mound for his 6th inning of work. He has been lights out through 5, 66 pitches, 9 strikeouts, has only given up 1 hit, gave up that first hit to the first batter, Tyler Tamargo, in the first inning, and has not allowed anything since. He has walked a couple players. 2 players have walked, and 1 has come around to score, but outside of that, he has done his job and more. Gargett returning behind the plate, who swung through the last one and grounded it out to shortstop. Tyler Tamargo, Dario Castillo, and Trevor Murray up in order for the LumberJacks, the 1-2-3 batters, as they are looking to start a rally here for Hensley as he's going through his 3rd time the lineup. Tyler Tamargo, as I mentioned earlier, got that singular hit off Hensley. Then he grounded over to Thomas Marsala at first in the 3rd inning. Hensley steps off, calls Gargett over. Ump comes down too. Hensley and Gargett having a conversation. Brian McGugan advising. But it's a quick one. Gargett will come back behind the plate. Not exactly sure what Hensley wasn't seeing there, but he didn't like what he saw as he stepped off, shook his head, and called Gargett to the mound immediately. But we play ball. Hensley stares down, and that one will be lined out to center, but easy play for Anthony Fernandez as he takes a knee catching that one. And whatever it was, Hensley found what he needed as 1 pitch, 1 out for the Cannons here, and that will bring up Dario Castillo. Dario Castillo walked both times up, still yet to have an official at-bat, as he takes the first pitch low for ball 1. Gargett not able to hold on to it and tosses it back at the ump. Daryl Castillo wearing number 8 for the LumberJacks as he takes that one inside for ball 2. On our roster sheet, though, that's listed as Chris Fox. As Hensley delivers and Castillo swings and fouls that one back into the netting. Castillo on the season, also still looking for his hit. Only in his 3rd game of the season, though. He has now 3 walks on the season. Came in with 1. He's added 2 tonight. And he will take that one inside for ball 3. Looking to add his 3rd with a 3-1 count. Give the LumberJacks a base runner as they look to come back from this 6-1 deficit. That big 5-run 3rd inning. Hensley takes a long look and delivers, and that one goes inside. And Castillo will walk for his 3rd time tonight. Gargett will step out. Wipe off the ball for Hensley as sweat playing a big factor in this one. He's been using that rosin bag religiously on the mound, trying to just get a grip on anything. It's been working for him with 9 strikeouts. He struck out 5 of 7 batters through the 4th and 5th. And he'll start this at-bat with a strike as that one catches the outside part of the plate. Trevor Murray DHing tonight for the LumberJacks. As Hensley throws it over to first to check on Castillo, but Castillo will be back in time. Trevor Murray batting .263 this season. 1 double, 1 triple, no home runs. Does have an RBI, though. And runner goes, Castillo, but the throw is high, so Castillo will go to 3rd. Throw is past the 3rd baseman, Rex Smith, and so Castillo will be gifted home plate as a couple errors lead to the 2nd run for the LumberJacks, and that will cut the Cannons' lead down to 6-2. Castillo goes from first all the way to home on 1 stolen base. Well, what started as 1 stolen base and turned into 3. So 2 errors make it 6-2 Cannons. And that 3rd pitch is in for a strike. Swing and a miss, and that is the 10th strikeout of the night for Connor Hensley as he does away with Trevor Murray.
Right fielder number 10, Willie Mendez.
So clarification on that scoring play there. Castillo was at first, stole 2nd, and Gargett threw it a little high. It leaked out into center field, and Castillo ran to 3rd on that, and Anthony Fernandez's throw was offline, and as they blast that one to right field, Manny Ramirez can't see it, but it goes foul to the right field side. Manny Ramirez was standing there with his hands up the entire time as he lost the ball in the night sky. Couldn't find where it was going, but goes right into the trees, so they get away with that with one there, as that one was absolutely blasted by Willie Mendez. As I was saying, though, Anthony Fernandez's throw was offline to Rex Smith. The ball bounced into the Covington dugout, and so Castillo was given home plate and scores a run to make the score 6-2 as Hensley delivers the 0-1 low for a ball. Willie Mendez grounded out to first and reached on an error. Reached on that high chopper over to Ski Kono. Hensley delivers high and away. Hensley seeing his first bit of struggles really for the day, as he's been pretty on par thus far. and he delivers that one in. A lot of movement on that one. Started in the righty batter's box and worked its way in over the plate. That'll run the count to 2-2. 2 outs for the Cannons. Looking to get this third one here. Get Hensley through 6 innings. As Hensley delivers, and it's grounded back to him. He makes a good defensive play, jogs and tosses over to first, and delivers the ball to Marsala for the 3rd out of the inning. Cannons get out of the inning, 6-2, and we will be back here with the bottom of the 7th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity and Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Back here for the bottom of the 6th, Calvert returns to the mound, has gone through 2.1 innings thus far as he came in relief of Giannis Rembert, who finished with 2.2 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 1 hit, 6 Ks, 7 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and 2 wild pitches. A couple of those wild pitches bringing in a couple of the Cannons' 6 runs. And coming to the plate for the Cannons will be Acevedo, Sanchez, and Fernandez. Calvert coming through the lineup for the 2nd time for the LumberJacks. Acevedo rocking a lot of pink bat, pink arm sleeve. As he steps in, he walked in his first at bat, reached on an error in his second, and he'll show bunt, but fouls it back. And got that 3 RBI single that turned into a triple as they got to first. They threw it home, and he reached to second. And as they threw it home, it leaked past him, so he was able to reach third safely. Count 0-1. Cannons lead 6-2 here in the bottom of the 6th as he shows bunt again. He'll take that one for strike 2. That will eliminate the threat of the bunt. Acevedo now looking to swing away, get on base again, leading Cannons in batting average, and that one catches the inside part of the plate. Acevedo can't lift the bat off his shoulder, and Calvert will strike out his 4th of the night. That will bring up Carlos Sanchez, the shortstop for the Cannons. He reached on a walk earlier tonight, struck out in the 2nd, grounded out to 3rd in the 3rd. And now he comes to the plate for his 4th appearance and takes the first pitch on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Big year with Florida Southwestern as they went to their first World Series as he swings through that one for strike 2 as it fouls back. They went to the NJCAA Division I World Series, and they were out in 2 games. He played 61 games with Florida Southwestern this year. They lost to Salt Lake in their first game, who would go on to win the World Series. As he swings through that one and grounds it to 3rd. Castillo over there makes the throw, but his throw lifts Bello off the bag, and Carlos Sanchez runs through it and able to reach. So I believe that will go down as an error. Castillo with an error there, giving Sanchez the first base. And that will bring up Anthony Fernandez. Fifth error of the night for the LumberJacks, as Cannons also have 3, with 2 of those coming on that last play that scored Castillo. Fernandez takes that first pitch inside for ball 1, Fernandez tonight laid down a sac bunt to advance Acevedo and Sanchez. He walked in his second at bat and scored as he takes that pitch inside, moving out of the way. And then he struck out looking in his third at bat, where he faced Calvert. He faced Calvert once thus far. And he swings through that one. That one pops out to center. Tamargo calls it off, but losing it a little bit, but able to make the catch. Willie Mendez makes the long run for the backup, but doesn't matter as Tamargo makes the catch. And that will bring up Manny Ramirez. 2 away for the Cannons. Manny Ramirez coming up 0 for 3. Struck out all 3 times. Once looking, twice swinging. And looking to get on base and help create that lead a little more as Calvert checks on Sanchez over at first. Ramirez batting .273 on the season. Swings through that one for strike 1. Only in his 4th game of the season, has seen the Rebels twice. Came in late, and then as Jeremy mentioned earlier, was away for the MLB Combine as he takes that one outside for ball 1. Count goes to 1-1. Was away for the MLB Combine. Talked to Coach Solano early this season. Spoke very highly of Ramirez. As Ramirez watches this one go away, and it'll get past the catcher Melendez, so Sanchez will advance to second. Two 2-1 count to Manny Ramirez. Looking for his first hit of the night. Looking for his first base of the night. Pretty sure he will take anything at this point. As he watches that one go outside for ball 3. Brookins on deck. Marsala to follow if they get there. And that one inside, so Manny Ramirez will take ball 4, and he will walk to first and bring Blake Brookins to the plate. Brookins, the tall lefty out of Florida, the University of Florida that is, also from Florida. He has played a couple games this season, making his 5th appearance of the season. Another late entry for the Cannons as he watches the first pitch for a strike. Out of Miami, 6'6" junior, 225, the Florida Gator. And he'll watch that one hit the outside part of the plate for strike 2. And he is quickly down 0-2 against Calvert, who is just absolutely dealing for the LumberJacks. The guy they needed for the LumberJacks to help stop the bleeding. And Brookins will swing through that one. That one's going to right, just not enough power as Willie Mendez gets under it and catches it. And that will keep the score 6-2 for the Cannons. And we will go to the top of the 7th here in just a moment. Stay tuned. Some good baseball coming up.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Welcome back. We are here at the top of the 7th inning. New pitcher on the mound for the Cannons as Connor Hensley's night is done, and that will bring up Ethan Lancaster coming to the mound. And a new catcher for the Cannons, too. New catcher will be A.J. Goitia out of Texas Tech. Hazen Lancaster. He has made 6 appearances this season, all in relief. 4.5 ERA, 6 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts, 4 balls, 2 hits. And A.J. Goitia making his appearance behind the plate. I believe only his second appearance of the season. His first home appearance, though, for the Cannons, as Cannons fans see him for the first time in Fireman's Field. Willie Mendez will come to the plate. He will lead off the inning as he takes the first pitch on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Following him will be Jose Alfonso and Edwin Melendez. Jason Bello to follow if they get there. Lancaster will deliver on the bottom part of the plate again for strike 2. And swinging through it for strike 3 as he looks to chase is Mendez, and that will be a 3-pitch strikeout for Hazen Lancaster as he comes in, making his appearance felt very early.
Good to see Lancaster kind of picking up where Hensley left off, really keeping this LumberJacks team on their toes.
As Alfonso will... that last batter was Alfonso. This batter is Edwin Melendez. And Melendez will foul his first pitch off. And he'll watch that one go outside for ball 1. Count 1-1. Cannons lead 6-2 here in the top of the 7th. So Melendez fouls that one backwards.
Well, Tristan, I spent some time outside. That was a mistake. I am soaked.
I can feel the heat through just the little crack here I got in the window.
I was hanging out with Ethan Acevedo's host family, Brian and Allie Gillingham, as well as Connor Hensley's host family, Adam Modulewski, his wife.
As Melendez will watch that pitch go in for strike 3. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts for Hazen Lancaster. And that will bring up Jason Bello.
Crazy thing, I'm so old that these host families, I actually went to high school with them, so.
Jason Bello coming to the plate, grounded out to third in his first at-bat as he lines this one out into right. Manny Ramirez running, but bounces off the wall. Base hit, Manny Ramirez throws in, but the throw will not be in time. So Jason Bello with a 2-out double here for the LumberJacks as they look to bring themselves just a little closer. Bello walks off the plate, kneeling down, something not feeling right as he slid into second hard. Looks like he's limping a little bit.
Yeah, he really legged that one out, and you hope he's okay as he'll slap hands with Kono, but again, still kind of doubled over in pain. Obviously doesn't feel good, but he kind of ambushed early pitch. He's been seeing Lancaster kind of go after guys, had a pitch he liked, and he put a good swing on it.
So Lancaster will see Blake Opie. That gives him a first pitch outside for ball one. As that pitch goes right down the middle for strike one, count 1-1. Hensley on the night. 6 innings pitched, 2 runs, 1 earned, 1 hit, 10 strikeouts and 2 walks. If the score stands, he will get the winning decision. Count 2-1, and Opie will take a healthy hack at that one, but can't make contact, so that will run the count to 2-2. That one high and outside, and that will run the count full. Jason Bello remains on second despite not feeling great, and he's going to continue to play this one out for now. Opie struck out in his first at-bat. Payoff pitch goes inside for ball 4. So that'll be a walk, and now 2 LumberJacks on base. Get a little bit of a threat here.
Right now, Tristan, yeah, like you said, this thing was kind of feeling like a kind of coast home Cannons win, especially after those 2 strikeouts to start the inning. But right now, chance right here, a long ball, they're right back in this one.
Fortunately for the Cannons, it's a righty at the plate. So that first pitch catches the outside part of the plate. Left field side, not as friendly as the right field side. Lefty on righty matchup here. Bello dancing over at second, and that pitch gets past Goitia. So both runners will advance. Bello to third, Opie to second.
And right now, that wild pitch, base hit here, makes this a 6-4 game. And after the Cannons had that 6-0 lead, it felt like, okay, this is going to be an easy Cannons win. And right now, it could be anything but if Stead can come through.
Jack Stead grounded out to short in his first at-bat, and that pitch will go low for ball 2. Grounded out to short in his first at-bat, struck out in his second. Lancaster trying to make it an 0 for 3 with a 2-1 count. That ball low for 3-1 count. Hitter-friendly count here for Jack Stead. Infield playing pretty normal. Both runners take a little lead. Lancaster delivers inside, ball 4. Now the bases are juiced for the LumberJacks. One swing of the bat could tie this one up.
And now Brett Fuller looks like he's seen enough. He's going to come out. He's going to make a move. So we'll see who the new pitcher is after this. But Cannons could be in trouble as Covington threatening. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Woofy's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back. New pitcher on the mound is number 44, Nick Stazik. Nick Stazik making his 5th appearance of the season. In his 4 appearances, 0 ERA, 8.1 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, 3 walks, and only 5 hits given up. He is 1-0. Coming in looking to get out of this jam as the bases are loaded for the LumberJacks.
Yeah, big spot here, obviously, is Covington can make this a completely different game if they can find a way to score here. But Stazik can go ahead and shut the door, keep this 4-run lead.
Stazik, another heavy strikeout pitcher. As I mentioned, 12 strikeouts in his 8.1 innings pitched. He got the win in his last appearance against the Cardinals just 2 days ago. 2.1 innings pitched in that game. Gave up only 1 hit and struck out 3 when he faced 9 batters. Nick Stazik will come to the mound as everyone gets back to their places. And on the bases, it will be Jack Stead on first, Blake Opie on second, and Jason Bello on third. Jason Bello got a 2-out double to get himself to second. Blake Opie walked and Jack Stead walked, and that's how we are where we are at right now. Bases juiced for the LumberJacks. Lefty Tyler Tamargo to the plate. He's 1 for 3 as he takes that first pitch high and away for ball 1. He had a single in the first inning, grounded out to first in the third, and he lined out to center in the last inning. Nick Stazik looks down, delivers. That one just a little high, ball 2. Count 2-0. 2 outs for the Cannons here, 6-2 lead. Stazik again just a little bit high, 3-0 count. Stazik smiling down at the ump as he thought that one got in. And that one inside, so that will bring home a run. Stazik gifts the LumberJacks their 3rd run of the night to make the score 6-3. Bases still remain loaded as Bello comes home. We'll see if he remains in the game after he looked to be injured after that double. And that will bring Dariel Castillo to the plate, who has walked 3 times. He had that crazy score on the stolen base as he takes strike 1.
Yeah, right now, if you're Stazik, you just got to focus on getting out of this inning. These kind of one spot's not going to hurt you, but with a big inning here, it's going to be tough.
And he'll swing through that one for strike two. 0-2 count for Stasic. Mind you, Lancaster was responsible for Bello. He's responsible for Opie on third and Stead on second. Tamargo, the only runner that Stasic is responsible for. And that one will go just a bit high. Count will run to 1-2. Stasic just missing right now. Got those 2 strikes. He's had 7 pitches. Gave up a 4-pitch walk to the first batter. But most of the pitches he's missed have just been out there as they popped that one out deep center. But Fernandez is back, and he will make the catch. And that will end the inning. Cannons remain in the lead 6-3, and we will be back here for the bottom of the 7th.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinia & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back to Fireman's Field. New pitcher on the mound for the LumberJacks. Looks like can't exactly catch his number at the moment. It's 42. Danik Reed of Abilene Christian University. He will replace Calvert, who had a heck of an outing. Calvert able to stop the bleeding for the LumberJacks as he came in with a bases-loaded jam. Gave up the first couple runs, but was able to get out of it after that first base hit by Acevedo. And then after that, he just kept on rolling with 4 strikeouts, didn't give up another run, and also only gave up 2 hits on the night. So his night is done. And Danik Reed to the mound for the LumberJacks. Danik Reed, 14.53 ERA in 3 appearances, 4.1 innings pitched. In his last appearance against the Turks, didn't have an official innings pitched, but gave up 3 earned runs, 1 hit, walked 2, and 3 batters faced, and that's where the bulk of that ERA has come from. And he will face Thomas Marsala first, leading off the inning. Following him will be Ski Kono and Rex Smith. And the first pitch will be high for ball 1. Marsala popped to center in the second. Got a single in the third. And popped to center again in the fifth. Hit a couple hard balls out to center. Just hasn't been able to find that sweet spot, as that one again misses high for ball 2. Up towards Marsala's head. And Marsala's a big guy, so missing pretty high for Danik Reed. Cannon's looking to extend this lead again, as that one misses high again for ball 3.
This is one of those spots, if you're the Cannons, you kind of want to find a way to put one on the board just to kind of get that momentum back. It's kind of slowly trickling towards Covington.
Covington with the last 3 unanswered runs as Danik Reed finds the strike zone there, and the count runs to 3-1. Cannon's looking to get that momentum back like you mentioned. Big third inning and haven't been able to do anything since, as Calvert came in and shut the door. Danik Reed, Marsala hits that one not too deep to left field, and Opie will get under it, and he will make the catch. First defensive play of the night for Opie over there in left field, as left fielders don't see too much action here in Fireman's Field against the Cannons. Ski Kono comes to the plate. 1 out. And Kono shows bunt, but pulls back, but it'll be strike anyway.
You mentioned not a lot of action down that left field line. Actually, when I went down to talk to the folks, Ethan Acevedo's host family, he had a triple last game. I think you and Lincoln weren't here.
And Kono will watch that one hit the bottom part of the plate for strike 2.
And a ball that Acevedo hit over there that the left fielder kind of made an over-aggressive play on, dove, kind of turned it into a triple. And apparently Ethan didn't like my summation of the play.
And Ski Kono swings through that one, so 3 pitches and a strikeout for Reed after he delivered 3 high pitches for 3 balls against Marsala, and now he is locked in.
And he actually said, because I said a guy turned a single into a triple, he said to his host family, that was at least a double. And I was like, okay, all right, we'll agree to disagree.
Acevedo vouching for himself.
Yeah, you know, he thought he had the speed. He thought he was going to make it to second no matter once that ball dropped.
Rex Smith comes to the plate. 0 for 1 officially tonight. He's walked twice, scored twice, and he struck out in his last outing as he takes that first pitch inside for ball 1. Struck out looking. Reed delivers, and Rex Smith will foul that one back into the netting. Aimed at us. Reminds us how thankful for the netting we should be.
Yeah, those Major League Parks after John Sterling got hit in the head with a ball a couple years ago.
And that little girl who got drilled by Robert Amora Jr. The Cubs, that pitch is up and away for ball 2. Count goes to 2-1.
Yeah, I was one of those people who would never sit unless I was behind home plate. I was going out to the outfield because I just didn't want to sit behind the bases before they had the netting, or behind the dugouts before they had the netting up.
And he'll watch that one hit the outside part of the plate for ball 2. Looks back at the ump. Yeah, they that partially going into that new extended netting rule for the MLB. And especially now with how many people just sit there and play on their phones in baseball, because, I mean, it's no front. Baseball is not exactly the fastest sport, as he misses high for ball 3. That'll run the count full. Baseball's not the fastest sport in the world, so a lot of people, getting distracted by their phones. If you're not paying attention and you're on that baseline on either side, you could definitely catch a ball to the face, not exactly in your hands. And Smith will swing through that one, but just bloops it out to short. And Jack Stead will make the catch, and that will end the inning for the Cannons, and that'll take us to the 8th. Cannons remain up 6-3, and LumberJacks will look to continue the comeback.
The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strength. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors.
Hello and welcome back. For these final 2 innings of action, we are going to go back to Jeremy Huber for play-by-play.
Thank you much, Tristan, as the Cannons put up goose eggs in 4 straight innings after that big 5-run third after putting up 1 in the bottom of the second. So they lead it 6-3, but Covington has scored in 3 of the last 4 frames, though they've only been 1 run apiece. So Cannons still have that lead. Valley standings coming into the night. Woodstock in first in the north, 13-5. Game up on Strasburg. Winchester 3 back at 10-8. Front Royal 3.5 back, 10-9. Cannons at 6-9, 5.5 back at first place. Newmarket 7.5 back at 5-12. We were supposed to have 4 games today. Only 3 of those contests getting played. The one we have here. Culpeper and Charlottesville ended up having their game postponed, assuming due to the heat, as that is going to be in there to Trevor Murray. It'll be Murray, Mendez, and Alfonso here in the top of the 8th, 3, 4, and 5. Woodstock, as that's in for strike 2. Stasic looking a little more in there. Then he kind of started off shaky in that first inning he was in. But that game between Culpeper and Charlottesville postponed, as that is going to miss. Count goes to 1-2. It was originally a 7 o'clock game. Then they turned it to an 8 o'clock game. And here's the pitch. That'll miss up. Count goes to 2-2. So, again, I don't think there was any weather down there. Maybe been. If there was, we apologize. But, again, so hot. Maybe they just said heck with it for today. Woodstock just finished off Winchester 9-0. They played at 7:15 tonight. As that is in there for strike 3 as Murray goes down looking. Stasic with his first strikeout of the ball game, and it is 1 out here in the top of the 8th.
As you mentioned, Stasic getting back to form there. As we mentioned earlier with Hensley, that breakfast ball on that first batter, as he was able to only get away with 1 run in the last inning.
That'll be hit foul down the first base line off the base coach for Covington. Coming into the night, it was Harrisonburg leading in the South at 12-6. 2 games up on Stanton. Right now, they're playing a barn burner down in Harrisonburg as the Turks are up on the Braves 6-5, top of the 6th. That's fouled straight back. Count goes to 0-2. So, Cannons hoping to come away with a win. They try to move themselves back toward the top of the division. It's crazy the way this Cannons team has played this year, despite the losing record. 0-2 pitch, and that is going to be no swing. As on appeal, Dwight Godwin says that Mendez didn't go around. But they have, in those 6 wins they've beaten the leader in the North and the leader in the South in pretty impressive fashion in both of those games. 1-2 pitch. That'll miss outside for a ball.
They played well this season. It's just not being able to finish those close games. And as this game goes on, as the LumberJacks are coming closer and closer, you're starting to think you don't hope to see the same thing happen.
That is going to be swung on and missed for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts by Stasic here to start the top of the 8th inning.
Cannons just haven't been able to close out games, and as it gets closer, there's probably starting to be some worry in the back of some people's heads, but Stasic right now delivering, trying to make sure they don't have to get to that point with 2 strikeouts in the inning.
So here's Jose Alfonso. He has struck out 3 times today, as that'll miss up for a ball. Alfonso's had a really tough night at the park, had a pair of errors in the field, and has struck out 3 times. So he would love to start off a little rally here for the LumberJacks. Stasic trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
That's where we saw the action come in the last inning off of 2 outs.
Breaking ball in for a strike. What a performance by Connor Hensley tonight, as he strikes out 10 as that is going to miss. Count goes to 2-1. Did allow 2 runs.
Don't know if either of them were earned. I know one wasn't.
That'll miss outside. Count goes to 3-1. Yeah, gave up 2 runs. 1 of those earned. 3 walks, 9 strikeouts. I must have been off on my count somewhere. So, apologies. But here comes the 3-1. That's going to be hit the other way. Caught in the hole. Throw over to the covering Stasic, and he's able to retire Alfonso. Nice play over at first base as Marsala goes into the hole and makes the play as the Lumberjacks go 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It's Cannons 6, Covington 3. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cars, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Loughton Construction, Fairfax Coin and Collectibles Exchange, West Trail Wellness and Massage, Norbo Dental, Loudon Lumber, Loudon Valley Floors, Hartley Home Exteriors, Altus Consulting, Shenandoah Sluggers Baseball Club, Keeping It Real Real Estate Team, Shanti Aesthetics, Morningside House, South Fork Dentistry. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Bottom of the 8th inning, Purcellville up on Covington 6-3 as Reed remains on the mound. He came on in the 7th and retired the Cannons 3 up, 3 down. Reed, two-way player, listed as an outfielder for this Covington team, but pitching for them. Actually, may have seen some Cannons last year. Was doing a quick look at Reed. It appears he pitched in his summer ball time last year in one of the New York leagues, I believe the New York Collegiate League, and he played in an all-star game against the Valley League. So could have seen a couple of returning Cannons, though most of the Cannons returning right now on the roster are guys that are in the bullpen rotation, as that is going to miss up for a ball, as, again, at the plate for his first at-bat of the night, A.J. Goitia came on to replace Ryan Gargett behind the plate a couple innings ago. Here's the 1-0, and that's going to skip in for ball 2.
Reed having a solid inning after that first 3-0 count, replacing Calvert, who went 3.1. 3 runs, none of them earned. Rembert was responsible for all of them. 2 hits, 5 Ks, and 1 walk.
And that one play that really changed everything around was the Acevedo single with the bases loaded. Here comes the 2-0, as that's going to be high. Count goes 3-0 as Ethan just went and poked one through the right side in between Alfonso and Bello. Scored 2 off the hit. Then the throw home got away. 3-0 pitch. That's down Broadway for strike 1. And when it did, Melendez had to go chase it. Nobody covered home plate. Gargett heads up, came home, and ended up being a 3-run play. 3-1 pitch, as that's high for ball 4. So the Cannons have a base runner here in the bottom of the 8th.
That first batter walk always comes back to bite you. Let's see if the Cannons can now capitalize on that. They've been looking for any bit of offense since that 3rd inning where Acevedo made that play.
9th walk of the ball game for Covington pitching to go along with 5 errors. Cannons, of course, have 3 errors of their own, but it's tough to win a ball game that way. Back to the aforementioned Acevedo. He'll take on the inside corner for a strike. Just when they sit with those families, they're talking about how much the food those guys love to eat. Apparently, Ethan's a big fan of Chinese food. Here comes the 0-1. That's hit the other way. That's going to drop in for a base hit. And getting over and cutting it off was Opie. Looked like it might skip past him for a second, but is able to keep it in front of him. And now the first two runners have reached as Acevedo with his second hit of the ball game.
Acevedo just poking that one off the end of the bat to the left field side. No one over there, also just placed in a perfect spot right in shallow left field. Not really a play you can do anything there defensively, but like you said, Opie getting over there in time to keep everyone where they're at, which is the important part for the LumberJacks.
Especially here at Fireman's Field with that cavernous left field. So much room to cover. So here comes Carlos Sanchez as he will foul one off over the first base grandstand. Sanchez so far today walked in the first, struck out in the second, grounded out in the third, then in the sixth, reached on an error. So Carlos looking for his first hit of the ball game. Came in hitting .412, then will drop a little bit after today. But still can have a productive day as Reed misses inside for ball one.
Cannons would love to add a little bit of cushion for whoever comes in the ninth.
Here's the pitch. That will miss outside.
Try to make it not a save situation.
So 2-1. Yeah, just want that insurance. Make it a little bit of an easier road to hoe to finish this one off. Cannon's back in action tomorrow. 2-1 pitch. That's going to be hit to second base. Could be two. Second to one. First base in time. Double play. As that tough day in the field for Alfonso turned out pretty good there as he goes 4 to 6 to 3. Twin killing. 2 quick outs for the Cannons. Runner moves over to third base.
That's exactly what the LumberJacks need to keep themselves alive. Granted, there still is a run just 90 feet away if Anthony Fernandez can get a base hit here, but that makes it a lot more digestible for the LumberJacks as opposed to having bases juiced with no outs.
Fernandez will hit one, and it will get past the diving Stead as in from third base is Goitia. And the Cannons do get an insurance run on the RBI single by Fernandez. It's now Purcellville 7, Covington 3.
That's what the Cannons wanted right there. Anthony Fernandez with a beautiful hit there just past, like you said, the diving Jack Stead. Placed in a perfect spot, just enough to get Goitia home and Fernandez staying on first over there.
Here's Manny Ramirez. 3 strikeouts and a walk from Manny so far today. Reed delivers as that goes over his head as Ramirez ducked out of the way of it for ball one. Coming up on 10 o'clock here at Fireman's Field. Here's the 1-0. That's hit down the line. If that is fair, it is out of here. And that one is out of here as Manny Ramirez Jr. goes deep as he hits a blast to left field. 2-run homer. Cannons blow it open. They now lead it 9-3.
Like you said, he just got a hold of that one. You could kind of tell as soon as it went off the bat that it was going to be gone. It was walking that foul line just a little bit, but able to keep it fair. And 2 extra runs there, making it 9-3 for the Cannons, and that's exactly what they need, giving themselves that momentum back after the LumberJacks had easily taken it back over the past couple innings.
That's got to feel really good for Manny, starting the game off with 3 strikeouts, then to find his way on via walk, and then a 2-run homer late in the game gives him a nice boost. Here's Blake Brookins. Here's the pitch as Brookins takes low for ball one. So 3 runs in here in the bottom of the 8th. Cannons now lead it 9-3. As Brookins swings at one in the dirt for strike one. So we'll see if that changes Brett Fuller's plans at all in regards to his pitching.
They do have some action over there in the bullpen for the Cannons.
Here's your 1-1. That'll miss up. So count goes to 2-1.
LumberJacks counting on Danik Reed to get him out of this one with no one moving in the bullpen.
Brookins on the night 0 for 3. Did score when he was hit by a pitch. Came around. Here's the 2-1. He'll foul that one off the end of the bat. Count goes 2-2 with 2 outs. Cannons leading by 6 here in the bottom of the 8th.
We'll say when the Cannons win, they typically win big.
So 2-2 count. Brookins stands in. Reed peers over that glove. And here it comes. Brookins will hit one down the right field line. Will that one get out of here? That one will find in fair territory. Brookins will have extra bases as he goes to second base with a stand-up double. Short porch thought it had a chance. It landed in fair territory, and Brookins with an extra base hit.
Huge play for the Cannons there. Just 2-out rally here with that home run from Ramirez. Anthony Fernandez bringing in his run first. Ramirez driving in the 2 there with his home run. And now Brookins keeping the train rolling with that hit over to the right field side.
Here comes Marsala. Thomas so far in this one, 1 for 4.
Another guy who hits the ball hard.
And he's hit it hard out to right center field, and this one is going to be out of here. Second 2-run homer of the ball game. Of this inning, I should say, as Marsala takes it out over top of the scoreboard in right center field. Cannons have blown it wide open. They now lead it 11-3.
And that's what Marsala has been looking for all season. He has been hitting the ball all season hard, just hitting it just short of the fence every single time. He's finally able to get behind that ball and get past that evasive home run that he's been looking for so much. His first of the season, too. Excuse me. Yeah, first of the season.
So now the Cannons, after adding a 5 spot here, they got a chance. Put another guy on, hit another homer. They'd end this one early. Here's the pitch as Kono takes for strike 1.
Still nothing over in the LumberJacks dugout.
Here's the pitch. That's off the end of the bat as Kono gets screwed around like a top, and he's now down 0-2.
Kono with a base hit earlier, 1 for 4. Reached on an error, grounded out to first. Grounded out back to the pitcher, and he also struck out.
Cannons with 11 runs on 8 hits, 3 errors. Just 2 hits tonight for Covington. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That's going to miss up. So right now, if this score, Cannons finish it off, Hensley would be your winning pitcher. Rembert would be your losing pitcher. Here's the 1-2, and that is in there for strike 3 as Kono goes down looking to end the inning. But the Cannons score 5. It's Manny Ramirez and Thomas Marsala both with their first home runs of the season, both 2-run shots. Cannons lead it 11-3 as we head to the top of the 9th inning. The Purcellville Cannons would like to thank their sponsors for the 2025 season. IBEW Local Number 26, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Purcellville Pub, Catoctin Creek Distilling Company. Cannons Baseball is also brought to you by Ridge Performance and Training, Lava Technology Services, Valley Drilling, Valley Energy, Savage Pest Control, Affinity & Company Luxury Hair Lounge, Carrington Homes, Continental Cards, Watermark Woods, DCF Contracting, United Plumbing and Piping LLC, Case Co, Flowers Risk Group, Wolfie's Mobile Pet Grooming, Lydia Sells Loudon, Hoof and Paw Veterinary Services, Hunt Country Wildlife Control, Burke and Herbert Bank, Farm Credit, Nichols Hardware, Wegmeyer Farms, Camber Petty KHS Homes Group, Epling Landscaping and Lawn Service, Artisan Plumbing, The Social Collectives, Purcellville Copy, Western Loudon Chiropractic, Bank of America, Burr Strait. Thank you to all of the Cannons 2025 sponsors. Welcome back to Fireman's Field as the Cannons looking to finish this one off as Brady Stewie on the mound as Brady on the season is pitched in 4 games, 3 2/3 innings pitched, 1 hit allowed, no runs, 6 strikeouts, 1-0 record, 1 save as he has been lights out. The big man out of Kansas State, 6'4", 220-pounder from Topeka, Kansas, previously at Cloud County Community College. Very good there, has yet to completely find his groove for K-State, but you see the tools are there, and he'll look to finish this one off for Purcellville with the 8-run lead.
Stasic coming out of the game with 2 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 1 hit, 4 strikeouts and 2 walks, limiting the LumberJacks to only 1 run as they had momentum on their side.
Quick conversation. Remember the Cannons back in action tomorrow. They'll take on Strasburg. 7 o'clock game scheduled for now. We'll see if the heat allows them to get that game in so it's be even hotter than it was tonight.
Scorcher coming through Loudoun County here.
Here's the wind of the pitch, and that is swung on and missed as at the plate Edwin Melendez. He's followed by Bello and Opie if Covington does not bring up a pinch hitter.
Melendez was trying to hit a home run of his own there.
And that's going to go, I believe, off the elbow guard of Melendez. Luckily, again, we talked about those guards. Luckily, he had it on there because that could have been disastrous if not.
That was a fast one, too. That you could hear that one all the way up here.
First baseman, number 27, Jason Bello.
Took it, though. It definitely hit something that's guarded because he took it and just walked off.
So, at the plate, Jason Bello. Bello, so far today, does have a single back in the 7th, as that's in for a strike.
He was the one who started the rally in the 7th inning. He ended up scoring on his own hit.
So Stewie delivers. That is fouled back. So quickly up on Bello, 0-2. So Brady wasn't with the Cannons at first. Of course, K-State was still in the tournament, but has joined up. Another good arm out of the pen. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. High heat at 91 as Bello chase for out number 1 here in the top of the 9th.
That's exactly what he needed. Now a double play gets you out of the game, ends the game with Cannons up 11-3. Like I said, they win big. It's one thing they know how to do when they can get their offense going and they can put runs on. They pour them on.
And that's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Stewie comes set. Here's the 0-1. That's going to miss outside. Count goes to 1-1. Stewie comes set. Here comes his 1-1 pitch as that will miss high. Count goes to 2-1. And talked about it before. Stewie been at Kansas State for 2 years, has not pitched for the Wildcats. Had some good numbers at Cloud County Community College. Here's 2-1. That's going to miss as he kind of kicks at the dirt. Didn't like the landing area. So 3-1 count with 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning. Cannons with the 8-run lead, trying to finish off this 11-3 ball game. Runner down at first base, 1 out. Here's the pitch, and nice off-speed pitch as Opie swung over top of it. Count goes full at 3-2. Here's your payoff pitch. That's going to be a foul ball as Opie quite upset with himself, knowing that he had ball 4 right there, but instead couldn't keep the bat back and glanced off of it. Now he has to see another pitch.
That one bounced off the bottom of the bat, off the knob. Had he stayed there, he would have taken that ball. It was a little inside, maybe a little too inside.
Again, the 3-2, and swung on and missed for strike 3 as Opie swings through for the second out of the inning.
Shortstop number 3, Jack Stead.
So Jack Stead, number 9 hitter, comes to the dish as Brady Stewie tries to finish this one off. As that's going to be hit out to right field. Ramirez going back. He'll make the catch in front of the fence for the 3rd out of the inning, and that is your ball game as the Cannons win this makeup matchup 11-3 over Covington. Cannons with 11 runs on 8 hits and 3 errors. Covington with 3 runs on 2 hits and 5 errors. Connor Hensley, your winning pitcher. What a performance by him today as Hensley gave up just 1 hit, 2 runs, after it looks like they have checked this one out, and it is going to be no earned runs, 3 walks, 9 strikeouts. Can allow that 1 hit in his 6 innings of work, while the losing pitcher, that will be Giannis Rembert. Rembert on the contest had a tough day as he walked 7. 2 2/3 innings pitch, 1 hit allowed, but 6 runs, 5 earned, 3 strikeouts. Those 7 walks were a killer for him in that one. That's going to wrap it up. Remember, you can catch your next Cannons game tomorrow right here where you're watching this one as Purcellville will take on Strasburg. That's scheduled. Remember, pay attention to the Cannons social media channels in case there's any changes due to the heat, later time, or maybe even a cancellation. We'll keep our fingers crossed as the Express coming to take on the Cannons for the first time here at Fireman's Field this season. For Tristan Kunick, I'm Jeremy Huber saying so long from Fireman's Field. Your final score, Cannons over Covington, 11-3. Good night, everybody.